Morning. Mr. Castleton.
Thank you, Your Honour. This is the inquiry into the cause and origin of the Cayenne Road bushfire. This fire takes its name from a road near where it first was detected. The Cayenne Road bushfire burned in the Nambucca Valley local government area, encompassed within the lands of the Gumbaynggirr people. It burned for about 10 weeks, Your Honour, during which it merged with other fires burning in the area. One of these was the Carrai East fire, into which Your Honour will inquire early next week. Before it merged with the Carrai East fire, the Cayenne Road bushfire impacted an area of approximately 31,000 hectares, of which about 13,900 hectares was private land, 9,300 hectares of national park, and 8,000 hectares of state forest. The area burnt by the fire may be small in terms of hectares burned in comparison to other fires in the northern New South Wales region during the 2019-2020 season, but Your Honour, it was ferocious, wreaking havoc and traumatising local residents. Chris Sava, who lived in South Arm, died in connection with this fire, and numerous other persons were injured. It destroyed 64 homes and damaged 19 others. 184 homes and 203 outbuildings were able to be saved. The fire destroyed or damaged another 150 outbuildings and numerous other structures, vehicles, machinery, plant, timber and farming equipment and crops. 1,415 kilometres of fencing was destroyed or damaged. Many who fled their homes to escape the fire returned to find utter devastation or destruction. Later today, Your Honour, will be conducting an inquest to determine the manner and cause of Mr Sava's death, and Ms Stevens will make opening submissions relating to the circumstances of Mr Sava's death at that time. This morning, the court will hear oral evidence regarding the cause and origin of the Cayenne Road fire. Witnesses who will be called to give evidence include the officer in charge of the investigation, Detective Senior Constable Brian Priest, and Senior Sergeant Scott Gain of the New South Wales Police Forensic Evidence and Technical Services Command. Their evidence will disclose that this fire, like many others during that catastrophic bushfire season, was caused by lightning, fed by dry fuel loads and aggravated by unfavourable weather conditions. Your Honour will also hear evidence on Monday from Fire and Rescue New South Wales personnel who were seriously injured when a tree fell on their truck while fighting the Cayenne Road fire. The court will hear oral evidence from those officers about the injuries that they sustained. I will address this incident separately during the course of this opening. The court will also have the benefit of accounts from local residents contained in the brief of evidence to be tendered shortly, which describe how quickly they had to react to the fire, the adequacy of communications about the fire, and differing views on the effectiveness of the firefighting strategies and efforts made to contain the fire. The court's focus in the northern region hearings will be on the evidence as to the cause and origin of this and other fires across northern New South Wales over the 2019-2020 bushfire season. The broader issues raised by the local residents in this matter may be the subject of case studies that are explored during the further hearing to be scheduled later this year. Your Honour, I now turn to cause and origin. On 16 October 2019, numerous lightning strikes hit the area between Bushfire State Forest and Dungar National Park. Lightning data provided by the RFS shows the degree of lightning activity in the area that day in relation to the ignition of the Cayenne Road fire. And Your Honour sees now on the screen the breadth of those lightning strikes in that area around Cayenne Road, South Arm, Bushfire State Forest and the Dungar National Park. The next day, the 17th of October 2019, Air Observer Andrew Pitson of the National Parks and Wildlife Service took off from Dorrigo in a helicopter to check the new fires, given the large number of lightning strikes the day prior. Throughout the course of the day, he detected 3 new fires: the Cayenne Road fire, the Kozakai Road fire, and what was known at the time as Jacob's Spur fire, but which ultimately coalesced with the Carrai East fire, with which the Cayenne Road fire would eventually merge. Mr Pitson captured this photograph on the 17th of October 2019, which shows the initial stage of the Cayenne Road fire. It was burning on private property south of Upper Buckrabendini Road, east of Kozakai Road, in a heavily forested semi-remote area with steep terrain. RFS fire investigator Ian Cook attended the scene on 17 November 2019 with another RFS fire investigator, Mark Fulliger, to investigate the cause and origin of the Cayenne Road fire. When they arrived at the property, they pulled over to see how they may access the suspected area of origin. Meanwhile, the landowner, Nicholas Graham, happened to drive by and directed them to a track that would lead them to an area where the fire started. Mr Cook and Mr Fulliger were unable to reach the precise area of origin because of inaccessible terrain. However, they followed the track to an area where they described as a fresh burn area. Mr Cook took photographs of fire indicators and attached them to his report, which is contained in the brief of evidence. Your Honour will see evidence of leaf freeze in this particular photograph, which shows the direction of fire travel. And then in the next photograph that will be displayed, Your Honour will see angle of char. And in the next photograph, Your Honour will see evidence of staining. And then finally, Your Honour will see in the next photograph the path the fire took. Mr Cook, the RFS fire investigator, provided this map, which is found at page 192 of the brief of evidence, in which he identified the area of origin. Your Honour, sadly, Mr Cook passed away recently, and our condolences go out to his family during this difficult time. The steep terrain and dry conditions made initial containment of this fire difficult. On 17 October 2019, a 24-hour total fire ban, or tow ban, was declared for the North Coast, which included the Nambucca Valley. At the time, the goal was to determine containment strategies with aerial support. Over the course of the day, aircraft were able to slow the spread of the fire. The next day, it became clear that the fire was continuing to run south towards Dunga National Park and Hanging Rock Road, and north towards private property along Upper Buckrabendini Road. Fire crews turned their attention to asset protection in the valley surrounding the fire ahead of increasing fire danger expected on the 19th of October. Ground crews working to protect properties were supported by aerial crews, and machinery was brought in to construct hard containment lines to the east, south and west of the fire. In the meantime, to the southwest, the Kozakai Road fire was also burning. And if you're on a, we'll see shortly a map of those two fires. Kozakai to the south and Cayenne Road to the north. Purple is Cayenne Road, green is Kozakai Road, Upper Buckrabendini Road is the bold black horizontal line, and if Your Honour can see it, and we may need to zoom in, Hanging Rock Road is the white horizontal line. Ground crews, Your Honour, from the National Parks and Wildlife Service and the RFS were working to contain the Kozakai Road fire with 3 aircraft providing aerial support. By 8 a.m. on 19 October, the Cayenne Road fire had burned 140 hectares of land. That day, weather conditions deteriorated. Temperatures at Kempsey reached 28 degrees Celsius with 17% humidity. But the real challenge was the wind, Your Honour. Early that morning, it was recorded as blowing from the west-northwest at 13 kilometres per hour, and by 3 p.m, it was blowing from the east at 22 kilometres per hour. On top of that, low fuel moisture increased the risk of spotting, and there was uncertainty as to whether the fire would stop in the damp forest gullies in that area. By the end of the day, the Cayenne Road fire and the Kozakai Road fire were being managed together as the Cayenne Road fire. The following day, tactical backburns continued with the aim of having all fires in boxes ahead of more bad weather. The idea was to hold the fire within containment lines and create the smallest perimeter in order to reduce risks to the community. By this point, firefighters were working around the clock on this strategy. From 21 to 23 October, the Cayenne Road fire started to extend laterally along Hanging Rock Road and spreading in all directions. On 24 October, a fire about 6.5 kilometres southeast of the Cayenne Road fire was authorised as going. This was the Fortescue Creek fire, and it too was spreading in all directions. And Your Honour will see that in the next map, which is found at page 252 of the brief of evidence. And I'll just see if we can magnify that slightly, bearing in mind that it's thought the fire commenced on or around the 16th of October. It's now the 24th of October. And Your Honour sees that this map shows both fires. And Your Honour will see South Arm Road to the east of the map that's running in a southeasterly direction, slightly to the west of Fortescue Creek fire. And this is where Chris Sava lived, Your Honour. And my learned friend, Miss Stevens, will, as part of her opening, show you more precisely where Mr Sava lived. Over the next few days, both fires were growing, but at a slow pace, and were considered stationary. However, as was the case with all fires across New South Wales that year, 8 November brought treacherous weather conditions to the Nambucca Valley, causing extreme and anomalous fire spread. Temperatures soared to 35.6 degrees Celsius, with 7% humidity and gale force winds gusts of up to 69 kilometres per hour. Both the Cayenne Road fire and the Fortescue Creek fire charged to the east, spreading about 13 kilometres in a single day. By 3:50 p.m. on that day, the two fires were being managed as part of the Cayenne Road fire. I just have displayed now, Your Honour, some fire progression maps. On this map, Your Honour will see the spread of the Cayenne Road fire in dark purple as of 2:24 p.m. and the light purple as at 8:12 p.m. That day, numerous properties were destroyed. These images contained in the brief, I'll just have those brought up, Your Honour, and give Your Honour a sense of the devastation that was caused by this fire to properties in the area. Just wait for those photographs to... Just pausing there, Your Honour, they're just the lines. Well, we might just go back to the line scan if that's convenient. And Your Honour sees, I think this photograph's found at page 259, which is the line scan on the 8th of November in the late afternoon. Your Honour sees the intensity from that line scan. If we then just scroll through to the next line scan, which I believe is found at page 260, Your Honour sees the fire spread that's occurred on that day in the late afternoon, early evening of the 8th of November. It's convenient. I'll invite my instructing solicitor to bring up some photographs of the devastation that the fire caused on the 8th as it passed through. And Your Honour gets a sense of the intensity of the fire by reference to the damage that Your Honour sees in this series of photographs. And Your Honour, the 8th of November was tragically the day that Chris Sava lost his life. And pausing there, I'll just have displayed a map that identifies where Mr Sava lived, together with the fire spread that affected that area around South Arm Road. Your Honour, the next day, which was the 9th of November, the Carrai East fire, which I have referred to previously, and into which Your Honour will also inquire next week, was now 15 kilometres southwest of the Cayenne Road fire. I'll just wait, there's a further map, Your Honour, that will come up in a moment, which is page 269 of the brief of evidence. And Your Honour just sees there that line scan which shows the intensity. Now, on this map, Your Honour, the purple is Cayenne Road. Your Honour sees to the south west in grey the edge of Carrai east, I just have my instructions to scroll down so the Honour sees that grey shading which represents part of the fire edge of Carrai East. That distance, Your Honour, between Carrai East and Cayenne Road is approximately 15 kilometres. And that was on the 9th of November 2019. Your Honour, over the next 2 weeks, firefighting crews continued their efforts to limit the spread of the Cayenne Road fire and work on asset protection through a combination of direct ground and aerial attack and broad containment strategy. By 21 November, the fire had merged with the northeast portion of the Carrai East fire and was burning in the Nambucca Valley local government area. Page 273 of the brief, and I'll have that displayed shortly, Your Honour. Your Honour will see the total area burned by the Cayenne Road fire as at 12 December 2019. Quite a significant area. The fire was formally merged with the Carrai East fire on 27 December 2019 and was declared officially out on that date. So the fire was commenced on the 16th of October, and some 2.5 months later it was declared out on the 27th of December, Your Honour. As Your Honour has now heard, the Cayenne Road fire was unpredictable, fast and deadly. It has left scars on the land and on those who fought and survived it, none more so than Chris Sarver's family and friends. As I mentioned earlier, Your Honour will also hear evidence during this inquiry of the serious injuries that firefighters sustained in connection with this fire as a result of a tree falling onto their vehicle during the course of firefighting activities. On 10 November 2019, Darryl Aldridge and Irene Pachos were part of a 4-person team from Fire and Rescue New South Wales that responded to an incident at 50 Coulters Road, North Congar, in connection with this fire. When they arrived, they began assisting another crew as well as the landowner with property protection efforts, putting out spot fires and responding to ember attacks. On their way in, they had seen some trees leaning on each other. The trees had already been impacted by fire. As the incident wound up and they were on their way out, they had to remove a fallen tree that was blocking the road. They found the safest place to park, and as they started to disembark, a large tree dropped directly onto their truck. Your Honour, a warning to those watching that the images of the truck we're about to show may be distressing. I'll just have a series of photographs displayed for Your Honour's benefit. The tree that struck the vehicle was a eucalyptus tree that was 60 metres tall, approximately 1 metre wide, and weighing an estimated 40 to 60 tonnes. Firefighter Irene Pachos recalled that as she was getting out of the truck, she heard a loud crash and bang, and suddenly she was on the ground. She had been thrown onto her left side and couldn't feel her legs. She knew she had suffered a spinal injury. About 15 minutes later, help arrived. Paramedics administered pain relief as well as a neck brace. She was transferred to a location where she could be medically evacuated by helicopter to hospital. She spent about 8 weeks in hospital. She suffered numerous serious injuries to her head and spine. Unsurprisingly, Your Honour, those injuries have had a significant effect on Ms Pachos's life, and her recovery is ongoing. Darryl Aldridge was in his early 50s when he started working at Fire and Rescue New South Wales in 2017. The tree hit the side of the truck and he was trapped under the collapsed roof. Once help arrived, the doors of the truck had to be removed so Mr Aldridge could be extracted from the vehicle. He also suffered numerous serious injuries to his head and spine and spent some time in hospital. He's expected to make a reasonable recovery in the fullness of time, but the COVID-19 pandemic has caused delays to his rehabilitation. There was a multi-agency investigation into this incident which made various recommendations. That investigation found that the tree did not fall due to the failure of the root system, but it snapped the trunk about 1.6 metres from the ground due to the hollowing effect from the burning on the high side of the tree. The court will hear evidence from Ms Pachos, Mr Aldridge and Mr Rushton in connection with this incident on Monday week, the 14th of March 2022. Your Honour, before I tender the brief of evidence, would Your Honour please consider making an order that the evidence in this fire inquiry also be received as evidence into the inquest into the death of Chris Sava, and also in relation to Your Honour's fire inquiry into Carrai Creek and Carrai East Creek, and vice versa. If I could provide to Your Honour a proposed interim order. I understand that the order has been circulated to my learned friend, Mr Newton, and his instructing solicitors.
Mr Newton, do you wish to be heard?
No, Your Honour, I have no objection to that order. I do note that I also appear today for the Commissioner of Fire and Rescue New South Wales, in addition to the other parties for whom I've been appearing.
Yes, that's noted. Thank you, Mr Newton. I make that order now.
No, please, Your Honour. Your Honour, I tender the brief of evidence of the inquiry into the Cayenne Road fire. I understand it's Exhibit 37A.
Yes, thank you. That'll be Exhibit 37A.
No, please, Your Honour. If it's convenient, Your Honour, I now propose to call the officer in charge of the investigation, Detective Senior Constable Brian Priest. If the detective could be brought into the virtual courtroom, please.
Detective, can you see and hear us at the court? Wait for you to put your headphones on. Detective, can you see and hear us here at the court?
Yes, I can.
Right, you'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you, Detective. Mr Castleton.
Thank you. Detective, could you please state your full name, rank and the station that you are presently attached to?
Brian Priest, Detective Senior Constable, attached to Kempsey Police Station, which is in the Mid-North Coast Police District.
Thank you. And as of October 2020, were you attached to the Maxville Police Station?
I was, yes.
And were you tasked as the officer in charge to investigate the fire that became known as the Cayenne Road fire?
That is correct.
And as part of that investigation, did you also investigate two other fires that became known as the Fortescue fire and the Kozakai fire?
That is correct.
Now, you have, as part of your investigation, produced a statement, have you not, dated the 30th of October 2020?
That is correct.
Do you have a copy of that statement with you today, Detective?
Yes, I do.
And that runs to about 165 pages in length.
That is correct.
You'll be pleased to know that I won't be asking you too many questions to test your memory on the contents. But what I propose to do is just to step you through some key aspects of your investigation. Can I just get from you, firstly, just an overview of what you did as part of your investigation in relation to the Cayenne Road fire?
Overview. I was placed in that position in August 2020. I believe the fires were early October, mid-October when it first kicked off. From there, I tried to locate lightning data, RFS reports, and also chased up victims' impacts with photographs and quick explanation of their circumstances.
As at October of 2019,
Yep.
which is when the fire's thought to have started, were you attached to the Maxville Police Station?
No, I was in Kempsey.
Did you have, in that period, October through to late December 2019, did you have any involvement in relation to the Cayenne Road fire, the Fortescue Creek fire, or the Kozakai Road fire, or not?
No.
Did you, in that period have anything to do with the Carrai Creek fire or Carrai East fire, which were closer to Kempsey?
Yeah, Carrai East Fire helped evacuate Willawarren. I think it was about the 8th of November.
Now, are you able to say why it was that this particular investigation was assigned to you in August of 2020?
I believe the short-staffed at Maxwell, and they appointed me up there to assist with this fire investigation.
And in relation to an investigation as to possible cause and origin of the fire, what steps, if any, did you take in relation to that?
I obtained lightning data. I've also obtained statements, I think, from the National Parks wildlife helicopter pilot, who one of the first persons that sighted the fire, and obtained evidence from the RFS in relation to other people.
Did you allocate any role to Senior Constable Justin Powell or not?
Yes, I did.
All right. And in relation to Senior Constable Powell, what did you task him with?
Yeah, I tasked him if he could try to locate the point of origin of this fire.
And Senior Constable Powell, is he a member of FETS?
Yes.
And for the benefit of those who may not know what FETS is, what is FETS, to your understanding?
What is it? It's a forensics, where is it?
Forensic Evidence and Technical Services
Yep.
Unit
Yep.
within New South Wales Police.
Yes. And he's stationed at Coffs Harbour.
Right. And was it your understanding that Senior Constable Powell had particular expertise in relation to investigating fire?
Yes, I believe so.
And to your understanding, did Senior Constable Powell investigate the likely cause and origin of the Cayenne Road fire?
I believe so, yes.
And to your understanding, did Senior Constable Powell also investigate the likely cause and origin for the Kozakai Road fire?
Yes.
And do you recall what his findings were in relation to those two fire investigations for those two fires, Detective?
I believe he wasn't able to locate, or he did locate a lightning strike, whether it's the exact cause, but due to no power lines, no infrastructure, no residential houses, he deemed that both fires started by lightning strikes according to the data provided to him.
And that data included, I understand, the lightning strike data that you had obtained?
Yes.
And also evidence that was obtained from the National Parks and Wildlife Service helicopter pilot?
Yes.
And was that pilot a gentleman by the name of Andrew Pitzen, Pitzen?
That's correct.
Did you, as part of your investigation, have any interactions with an RFS fire investigator by the name of Ian Cook or not?
I only briefly spoke to Ian on the phone. He has provided a statement in relation to these fires.
And have you seen that statement recently, Detective?
Oh, it's in my folder, but I haven't read over it today.
Is it your recollection that Mr. Cook came to a similar conclusion to that of Senior Constable Powell in relation to cause and origin?
Yes, he did.
And that was that the cause of the Cayenne Road fire was likely to be lightning strike?
That is correct.
And that lightning strike was likely to have occurred on the 16th of October?
That is correct.
2019, and that in relation to an area of origin that, like Senior Constable Powell, a general area of origin for the ignition could be discerned, but not a specific area of origin.
That's correct.
And I just wanted to ask you about that. Have you been out to that area around Cayenne Road where it's thought the fire had started, and Kozakai Road? And
No, I never got out. No, I never got out there.
Did you go out to the area at all in relation to where damage was sustained by landowners or not?
Yes, I've had a quick look around through different parts of Taylor's Arm and things like that, yes.
Right. Beyond Taylor's Arm, did you get up to South Arm or not?
Oh, I have been up to South Arm, yes.
Right.
But
And are you
nowhere
able
near-
to?
Sorry.
Are you able to describe to Her Honour the areas that you have visited after the fires, how that looked?
I think a moonscape is the best describing. It was heavy, dense, probably timber area. When I was up there, obviously no leaves and hardly any branches left on trees. A lot of damage to and destroyed residential premises, outdwellings as sheds and little things like that. Most motor vehicles have been perished.
Yes. Now, I just want to, if it's convenient, Detective, just deal with the progression of the Cayenne Road fire. And if you need to refer to your statement, please do. In terms of its early development, do you have a recollection of what the strategy was by firefighting personnel in those early days following the ignition on or about the 16th of October?
I have to find reference in my statement.
Right. It helps.
Yes.
Perhaps if you pick it up from around about page 10 of your statement.
Thank you.
The total fire ban was declared, as I understand it, on the 17th of October.
Yes.
And then
Where it had the new fire was located by National Parks helicopter at Braccabridi, and the fire crews were on scene at that area.
And if it helps, Detective, could I direct you to page 14 to paragraph 89 of your statement, which might help you refresh your memory as to the progression of the fire in those early days?
Do you want me to read that out?
No, just read it quietly to yourself. Does that refresh your memory to the effect that in terms of the strategy to be deployed in the early phases of the fire's evolution, that firefighting crews were going to secure assets and create hard containment ahead of increasing fire on the early part of
Saturday.
Saturday, which would have been the 19th of October?
That is correct.
And one moves forward in your statement to page 22 to about paragraph 137, Detective. Take a moment to refresh your memory for the period 23 October 2019.
Yes.
And by the 23rd of October, was your understanding that the objective of firefighting personnel were to protect properties within and adjacent to the containment lines, keep the community informed, prepare containment and fallback lines, and undertake backburning in order to contain the fire by the evening of Wednesday, the 23rd of October?
That is correct.
To the smallest perimeter and reduce risks to the community?
That is correct.
And then if you could move forward, please, to page 25 of your statement, to paragraph 164. You could read that quietly to yourself and then over the page to paragraph 169. there's a number of fires that have been ignited. There's Fortescue
Yes.
Creek fire. We've also got the Cayenne Road fire, which becomes the main name of the fire. But there's also the Cozakai fire.
Yes.
And is it your understanding by the 26th of October 2019, the objectives of firefighting personnel were to control breach of containment lines at Cozakai Lookout, to
That is
prevent
correct.
fire impacting on emergency services communications tower, to protect properties within and adjacent to the containment lines, and to keep the community informed. Meeting at the South Arm Hall, door knocking, Taylor's Arm, and information newsletters were distributed.
That is correct.
And then, if you could move forward, please, to page 36. This is the period just prior to the 8th of November 2019, which was a day of some significance, which I'll return shortly. Is it your understanding that on the 7th of November, a total fire ban had been declared for a 24-hour
Yes.
period?
Mhm.
And that included, obviously, the Cayenne Road fire. And then in terms of firefighting objectives, was it your understanding by the 7th of November that the objective was to minimise the opportunity for the fire to leave containment boundaries and provide relevant advice to the community?
Yes.
Now, in terms of the 8th of November, do you have a memory today as to what concerns may have been as to fire behaviour on the 8th of November because of particular weather that had been forecasted?
Yeah, the fire weather did pick up. It's winds, a lot of heat, and that wasn't. Yeah, it was up and down from Kempsey to Maxwell, or the Barrawal areas as well. And
And-
that was
Sorry to cut you off, Detective. Please go on.
Sure. And that picked up the fire front and started moving it forward in quite heavy speeds.
And was that sort of in an easterly or
Yes.
easterly direction from
Easterly.
memory?
Yes, it was.
East or east, south-east, sort of.
Yes. Yes.
And if I could invite you please to turn to page 39 of your statement. Do you agree with me that there were some major breakouts on the 8th of November? There was a major breakout, was there not, at South Arm, with fire spotting 3 kilometres to the east?
Yes.
That in that area around Fortescue Creek, that the fire continued to burn in a southerly direction, and had joined with the fire at Fortescue Creek by about the 8th of November.
Yes.
That also on the 8th of November, the fire was burning uncontrolled towards William Hill Road, again,
Yes.
which was spotting 3 kilometres ahead of the front.
Yes.
And around Barrawal, is it your recollection that also on the 8th of November, that the fire was spotting perhaps 8 kilometres from the leading edge of the fire and spotting
Yes.
approximately 4 kilometres west of Barrawal?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Yes.
do you know how close the fire got to the small township of Barrawal, or not from memory?
No, not from memory, no.
Now, is it your understanding that the fire continued to burn in a southerly direction and joined with Fortescue Creek fire?
Yes.
That those two fires, that is the Cayenne Road fire, the Fortescue Creek fire, were now being managed as one incident or one fire?
One fire.
Now, Detective, did you have any involvement in relation to the investigation into the death of Christopher Sava,
No.
or not?
No.
To your understanding, tasked to Detective Justin Simpson.
That is correct.
And Your Honour will hear from Detective Simpson later today. Did you have any involvement, Detective, in relation to the investigation in relation to the tree that came down onto a Fire and Rescue New South Wales appliance? or
No.
not?
No, Justin Simpson was present there as well.
Did you have any involvement in relation to undertaking damage assessment, building impact assessments or not?
Yes, I did.
All right. And was that, as part of that, did you assign particular tasks to Detective Gaine, Gane, or not?
Yes.
And what was Detective Gaine assigned to do?
He was to, I can't remember what he was doing. He's also a sergeant, a part of the vets. He was also assisting, I believe, Senior Constable Powell in relation to, they were trying to take photographs of a number of different scenes and premises after perished by fire.
Right. And in terms of your involvement in relation to investigating damaged or destroyed property, what did you yourself do, Detective? Do you remember?
Yes, we had like forms or things to fill out.
Yes.
We emailed them to impacted victims where they could establish what was damaged, what was destroyed, livestock as well. They also could attach photographs of damaged property if they wish to.
And do you have to hand the number of houses that were destroyed as a result of the Cayenne Road fire or not?
There is a spreadsheet that has been obtained from I believe from the RFS.
Is it your recollection that perhaps in the order of 64 homes were destroyed as a result of that fire?
Yes.
And that perhaps another 19 residential homes were damaged?
That is correct.
And did you come to learn as part of your investigation, Detective, that perhaps in the order of 184 homes and 203 outbuildings were able to be saved by firefighting activity? Or not?
I believe so. I'm not too sure of that.
Right. And did you come to learn as part of your investigation that the fire destroyed or damaged another 150 outbuildings and numerous other structures, including vehicles, machinery, timber and farming equipment and crops?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you also learn as part of your investigation, Detective, that perhaps in the order of 1,400 kilometres of fencing was destroyed or damaged as a result of this fire?
That is correct.
Now, you mentioned a moment ago in your evidence about some questionnaires
Yes.
that were provided to landowners. Do you remember how many of those questionnaires were distributed or circulated throughout the community?
I don't remember exact numbers. I tried to send out as many as I could to all the impacted victims that I had a list of. That include by Australia Post and emails, and some actually attended the police station to pick them up after I contacted them.
And in terms of response rate, are you able to say, by way of percentage, how many people responded to that questionnaire? And what was the take-up like, do you recall?
Yeah, I'll be only guessing, but I'll be saying between 2/3 and 3/4 responded to the questionnaires.
And did you take the time to review each of those questionnaires that were received by you?
Yes, I did.
And were there any particular themes that emerged from your review of those questionnaires that were submitted to you by residents in the areas affected by this particular fire?
It was a mixed feeling. Some felt helpless as they feel that no one was coming. Others had some fire RFS people around them to help them, including helicopters and planes. Others felt the impact of not burning off in the area was a major contributor.
By that, do you mean there were
Burning.
concerns raised by residents in relation to hazard reduction?
That's correct. And the lack of ability to do that.
And in terms of communications, are you able to elaborate on what were some of the concerns raised by residents in relation to communication about the fire or the extent of the fire or its behaviour?
Yeah. Communication, it is a remote area. Communication was a problem during the fire. Possibly burning of towers or destroyed towers during the fire didn't help or assist. And that was a big concern for a lot of people. And lack of updates or delayed updates of where the fire would be.
Thank you. Do you know whether those concerns have been alleviated in any way, to your knowledge?
Not that I recall.
Detective, that concludes my questions. Are there any matters that you wish to raise for Her Honour before I conclude my examination of you?
No.
Please bear with us. Mr Newton, who appears for the Rural Fire Service and Fire and Rescue New South Wales, may have some questions for you as well.
Thank you.
Mr Newton.
I have no questions, Your Honour.
Thanks very much, Detective.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honour, that concludes Detective Priest's evidence. Senior Sergeant Scott Gain, I think may be in the virtual waiting room if he could be brought in and sworn in.
Senior Sergeant Gain, can you see and hear us in the courtroom? Senior Sergeant, can you see and hear us in the courtroom?
I can, Your Honour, yes.
Thank you. You'll just hear from the court officer now.
Thank you.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you, Senior Sergeant. Yes, Mr Castleton.
Senior Sergeant, would you please state your full name, rank and the station you're presently attached to?
Scott Gain, Senior Sergeant, currently attached to Northern Rivers Crime Scene Services Branch, working from Coffs Harbour Police Station.
Thank you. And were you at the Northern Rivers zone, that is Coffs Harbour, in 2019, that is October, November 2019 or not?
I was, yes. Stationed specifically at Lismore Police Station then, but still in the current role as the coordinator for crime scene.
And you came to learn, did you not, as part of your duties as a senior sergeant within the New South Wales Police, that there was a fire burning around the Barraville South Arm area that became known as the Cayenne Road Fire?
Yes.
And in that latter part of 2019, did you have any involvement in relation to the Cayenne Road Fire or not?
I did have some involvement, more as a coordinator of coordinating our forensic resources as requests for assistance from police districts came through.
Were you at some point tasked with undertaking a building impact assessment in relation to damage that may have occurred as a result of the Cayenne fire?
Yes, once again, I didn't specifically undertake that task myself, but I tasked staff from different crime scenes to complete that work.
Do you have with you this morning, Senior Sergeant, a statement you provided dated the 8th of November 2020 and signed by you on the 9th of November 2020?
I do, yes.
And have you read that recently?
Yes, I have.
Are there any matters that require any correction as far as you're concerned?
I don't believe so, no.
Now, in terms of this particular statement, what was the purpose of producing this statement?
The purpose of producing this statement was to show the court a record of premises and locations attended by crime scene staff for the purpose of making record of structures that were damaged during the fire.
And just so I'm clear in relation to your involvement, did you yourself ever undertake any site inspection of the damage or destruction to structures that occurred as a result of the Cayenne Road fire or not?
Not the Cayenne Road fire. I attended premises up in the Lismore area.
In the Lismore area, thank you. And for Her Honour's benefit, do you remember which officers you tasked to undertake those building impact assessments or investigations in relation to damage or destruction as a result of the Cayenne Road fire?
Look, I could supply the court with a list of officers. There were numerous officers. We had staff deployed from Sydney and Taree crime scene, Coffs Harbour crime scene. There were numerous officers involved in that deployment.
Thank you. And was one of the officers that was provided instructions to undertake investigations as a result of the Cayenne Road fire Senior Constable Justin Powell?
He was, yes. He was deployed in relation to cause and origin of some fires and a deceased person in one of those fires. I can tell you that there were property assessments done by Senior Constable Powell. Whether that related to this Cayenne Road fire, I couldn't confirm at the moment.
Have you seen Senior Constables Powell's fire investigation into cause and origin of the Cayenne Road fire or not?
I have, yes.
And did you have any involvement in relation to his investigation or not?
I certainly liaised with him throughout in relation to how he was going to access those fires, the logistics behind it, and I also reviewed his statement at the completion of his investigations.
Right. Do you have a copy with you this morning or not?
I do, yes.
And if you could just bring it up, will you agree with me that in terms of his conclusions that he was unable to determine the cause of the Kozakai Road fire, but the evidence described to him indicates the ignition could have been from a lightning strike?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it your understanding that whilst a general area of origin could be discerned, that no specific point of origin or it could be located because of the rugged and remote terrain that the lightning may have impacted?
Yes, to a certain extent. Specifically in relation to the Kozakai Road fire, I think he was able to access that general area of origin, but was limited in his ability to track the fire due to the time that had passed between the fire investigation and the actual fire itself.
And in relation to the Cayenne Road fire, again, is your understanding that Senior Constable Powell came to the conclusion that he was unable to determine the point of origin and cause of the Cayenne Road fire, but that
yes,
lightning strike activity could explain how that fire ignited?
Yes, I believe he wasn't able to rule out lightning as a possible cause. Access to that fire was very limited, very restricted.
It was quite remote and rugged terrain, as you understand it, I take it.
It was, yes, and I'd spoken to him numerous times about how he was going to access that fire prior to him attending.
And without going to the specific details too much, Senior Sergeant, is it your understanding that Senior Constable Powell is unable to give evidence due to health reasons?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, I just might have displayed some photographs, Senior Sergeant, which were taken by New South Wales Police as part of their building impact assessment of structures in and around that area impacted by the Cayenne Road fire. And I'll just have those displayed on the screen for the benefit of Her Honour and your good self, and then I'll just ask you a couple of questions at the end of that. Senior Sergeant, did you come to learn that this particular fire, that is Cayenne Road fire, destroyed 64 residential homes
Yes,
and damaged approximately 19 others?
that's correct.
And did you also come to learn that this particular fire destroyed or damaged another 150 outbuildings and numerous other structures, including vehicles, machinery, timber and farming equipment and crops?
Yes, I was aware there was significant loss from this fire.
Yes. Senior Sergeant, that concludes my questions. Are there any matters you wish to raise that haven't been addressed this morning or not?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honour.
I'm just going to see if there's any questions from Mr. Newton of Council first before you're excused, Senior Sergeant. Mr. Newton?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thanks very much, Senior Sergeant, once again, for making yourself available today. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you.
Your Honour, unfortunately, 3 witnesses who had been scheduled to give evidence today are unavailable. They are Irene Patchos, Darryl Aldridge and Luke Rushton, who were members of the Fire and Rescue New South Wales, 2 of which were injured as a result of the tree fall onto a Fire and Rescue New South Wales appliance. They are scheduled to give evidence on Monday, the 14th of March 2022. Could I ask that Your Honour stand this matter over part heard to the 14th of March 2022, where I'll seek to adduce their evidence sometime that day?
Certainly, I do that. I adjourn this matter part heard to the 14th of March 2022.
My pleasure, Your Honour. Is it a convenient time, Your Honour, to take the morning adjournment to enable technical matters to be addressed with before Ms Stevens opens the inquest into the death of Chris Sava?
Yes, we'll take the morning adjournment and resume at 11:45.
May I please the Court?
Yes, Ms Stevens.
Thank you, Your Honour. This is the inquest into the death of Christopher Sava. Chris was 63 years old when he died. He lived at a property in South Arm of New South Wales, which lies within the Nambucca Valley local government area, about 20 kilometres west of Asheville. He had lived at this home for many, many years. At the time of his death, Chris lived with his partner Amanda Brady, known as Mandy. Chris Sava died in a tragic accident when his car rolled off a steep embankment near his home shortly after the Cayenne Road fire swept through South Arm on 8 November 2019. Earlier today, this court heard evidence in relation to the Cayenne Road fire inquiry. The cause of the fire was a lightning strike on 16 October 2019. On 8 November, the Cayenne Road fire was burning out of control and moved quickly due to unfavourable weather conditions and strong wind. It travelled a distance of 13 kilometres to the east in that single day. It is clear that Chris was much loved by family and friends. Chris has 3 adult children, Bianca Waters, Amanda Griggs and Nicholas Griggs. Chris's children are watching the proceedings today, as is their mother, Karen. At the time of his death, as I said at the outset, Chris had a partner, Mandy. She is also watching the proceedings today.
I'd like to acknowledge Chris's family, Mandy and Chris's children, Bianca, Amanda and Nicholas, and Karen, Chris's former spouse. And thank you for participating today. And I know that it's going to be a difficult thing to listen and to relive some of the things that happened on that day and on the 8th of November 2019. And just know that our thoughts are with you all today. Yes, Ms Stevens.
Thank you, Anna. The council assisting team also wish to acknowledge the tragic circumstances of Chris's death and this tremendous loss to family, friends and the broader community of South Arm. At the conclusion of these proceedings, Your Honour, the court will hear from 2 family statements, first from Chris's daughter Amanda and then from Mandy, and I will read both of those statements to the court and show some photographs. Your Honour, I'll provide you now with a summary of some of the events of 8 November 2019. The evidence will suggest that around midday on that day, Chris and Mandy were at the property. Mandy was in a shed at the front of her house grooming her horse. She recalls Chris was out the back of the property making some preparations for the fire. In the early afternoon, they heard the fire approaching and what Mandy describes as a loud wind roar. She turned around and the sky was black. She yelled out to Chris, who came to the front of the house, where he said to Mandy, "Well, it's here." A helicopter flew over the house at that time, indicating that they should evacuate. Mandy says they could see large flames in the bushland and in the trees directly across the road from their house. As the fire was fast approaching, Chris and Amanda got in the car and drove together to the house of a neighbour, Alfred Tessa. Mandy recalls seeing spot fires everywhere in the paddocks and in the bush all around them. Once they reached Alfred's property, Mandy says that Chris wanted to return to his property in order to try and save the house. Mandy did not want Chris to stay and defend the property, but he very much wanted to do so. Alfred, the neighbour, also decided to stay and defend his house. Alfred's partner Mari, with Chris's partner Mandy, departed the area together in a car. Alfred and Chris remained at their respective properties in order to defend them. They did so successfully. Mandy said goodbye to Chris at this time, and tragically, it was the last time that she saw him alive. The evidence will show that Chris then visited another neighbour, John Pettit. Chris was concerned about John's safety, and John left his property and went with Chris due to the placement of the fire. I propose to now show a line scan, Your Honour, from satellite imagery taken for RFS purposes at 2:35 p.m. on that day. This line scan demonstrates the intensity of the fire at the time and the proximity of it to Chris's property. Chris and John worked together to put out spot fires in their area. They saved Chris's property, but John travelled back to his own property to find that it had been destroyed. They then wanted to check on another neighbour, Anton Pfluger. Anton lived on the same parcel of land as Chris's property. Chris went inside Anton's house in the late afternoon to recuperate once the fire front had passed through and have some water. Anton then drove Chris back to his house. Anton recalls in his statement, and you will hear from him later today, Your Honour, that on the way they saw a small bridge known as Murray's Bridge near Chris's property. The bridge was on fire. Anton suggested they save the bridge, as in put the fire out, but Chris did not appear to have the energy to do so given the events of the day. Anton dropped Chris at his request at his property in the front paddock. Anton recalls that Chris then wanted to get in his car and leave the property because there was no water and no power at his house. This was the last time that Anton saw his friend. Anton then left Chris's property and drove back down South Arm Road, the main road, towards Jaspers Creek Road to check on another property. On this drive, he saw a small fallen tree branch blocking the road leading to Murray's Bridge, the bridge that had been on fire. He stopped and moved the tree as much as he could with his hands. He was able to manoeuvre his car around the tree by driving around a metre down an embankment and returning to the road. Anton believes this to be the location where Chris's car was later found. Anton continued down and over Murray's Bridge, which was still burning, but at that stage able to be crossed. Anton has informed investigating police in his statement that he returned the same way about 10 minutes later, having checked on other neighbours. On this return journey, he saw that a larger tree branch had fallen across the road at around the same location of the smaller tree branch. He could not move this with his hands. He stopped and used a rope to tow the tree branch to the side of the road. Having moved this obstacle, he then drove back to Chris's house. He found that Chris was no longer there and his car was gone. The evidence is not entirely clear as to exactly what Chris did in the time after Anton left him. Anton was the last known person to see him alive. It is apparent that Chris left in his car and has driven down South Arm Road. Throughout that evening of 8 November and the following morning, Mandy called Chris several times but could not get through to him. The mobile phone records show that 22 calls were placed to Chris's mobile from 3:57 p.m. on the day to 10:32 the following morning. 10:32 on 10th of November. Call records show that these calls were not transmitted until 1:31 p.m. on the 10th of November, and that is likely due to telecommunications problems. I turn now, Your Honour, to the location of Chris in his car. Chris was found in his car the following morning. He was first located by Darren Dutton and his colleagues from the Nambucca Shire Council. They were working on South Arm Road that morning following the fire, clearing fallen trees and debris. Darren estimates there were a dozen large grey gum trees that had fallen across the roadway about 100 metres past the burnt-out bridge. While clearing trees from the roadway, they found Chris's car at the bottom of an embankment. They also found Chris, who was clearly deceased. These officers contacted emergency services and left the immediate site of the accident in order to check whether there had been other people involved in the accident and to check whether they were in the area. It appears that Chris's car had failed to negotiate a turn and rolled off this steep embankment about 500 metres west of Murray's Bridge in the area of 1678 South Arm Road. I will show the court a map of this location. If we can scroll in, please. Your Honour will see, sorry, if we scroll out just a little bit more. Thank you. Your Honour will see the significant bushland and South Arm Road, which winds diagonally across that screen. Chris's residence at the top left, and then police have marked with red tracking the route to where the crash site was, and then further down on the right-hand corner, Murray's Bridge, the bridge that was on fire. And the total distance between Chris's house and that bridge is about 1.5 kilometres, according to those police calculations. Your Honour will hear that shortly after Chris's car was located by council officers, it was also located by Alfred and Mandy. The court will hear and read from the documentary material that at around 8:30 to 9 on that morning, shortly after those council workers were attending to the tree cleanup, Mandy returned to Alfred's house with his wife Marie. They had heard that Chris had saved his house and expected to see him at Alfred's house. Alfred told them that Murray's Bridge had burned out and that may be the reason why he couldn't get there. Mandy and Alfred were driven towards Murray's Bridge. It could not be crossed, so they got out of the car and walked around through the creek bed up towards the property. It is in these circumstances that they located the car and were confronted with the same scene as the council officers. This was plainly an extremely traumatic experience for both of them. It is apparent from the evidence in the brief that this area along the road at the time was very challenging to navigate. It is likely that in the circumstances of the night before, visibility was extremely poor due to smoke. At 9:40 a.m. that following morning, the officer in charge of the investigation, Detective Senior Constable Justin Simpson, responded to an emergency call and attended the scene. Later that morning, close to 11 a.m, Detective Senior Constable Justin Welsh also attended the scene. There was still a large amount of smoke in the area. On close inspection of the car, it was noted that the windows were wound down and the ignition was on. The manual transmission was in a neutral position. The tyres were deflated and were no longer on their rims. There were no signs that Chris had been speeding or driving other than in a reasonable manner expected in the circumstances. Following further police investigation, including the provision of an expert report by Senior Constable Anthony Pellicane from New South Wales Police Force Engineering Investigation Section, it was clear there were no mechanical faults or defects in Chris's vehicle. There is no evidence that the car collided with anything before leaving the road. There is no evidence that Chris was under the influence of any alcohol or drugs. Detective Senior Constable Welsh formed the view that Chris was travelling at a slow speed through thick smoke and had failed to negotiate the corner, and the car went over the embankment. The damage to the vehicle was consistent with it rolling at least once and coming to rest on the driver's side. It is likely that the car door opened during the accident and Chris was partly ejected from the car. He had not been wearing a seatbelt at the time. A post-mortem was performed and revealed that Chris died of chest and pelvic injuries caused by the accident. Your Honour, I tender the brief of evidence into the inquest. I understand that should be Exhibit 38.
Yes, thank you. That will be Exhibit 38.
Your Honour, there are 3 witnesses that will be called in this hearing. The first will be the officer in charge, Senior Constable Simpson, followed by Alfred Tessa, and then Anton Pfluger. I call the officer in charge, Justin Simpson.
Senior Constable, can you see and hear us in the courtroom? We can see you there now. Senior Constable, can you see and hear us in the courtroom?
Yes, I can.
Right, you'll just hear from the court officer now. Thank you.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, Senior Constable. Ms. Stevens.
Senior Constable, can you see and hear me?
Yes, I can.
Will you give your full name and rank and station to the court, please?
Yep. Senior Constable Justin Simpson, attached to Maxfield Police Station.
Senior Constable, are you the officer in charge of the investigation into the death of Chris Sava?
Yes, I am.
Have you provided a statement for the purpose of these proceedings, which is dated 20 October 2020?
Yes.
Have you got a copy of that statement in front of you?
I do, yes.
We may need to refer to it, Senior Constable, and if so, I'll take you to relevant parts. Can you tell the court, please, on the 8th of November 2019, where were you rostered on for work?
I was rostered at Maxfield Police Station, so completing general duties activities within the Nambucca Valley.
And what time did you start on that morning?
6 a.m.
And at that time, that is the morning of the Friday, the 8th of November, from your perspective, what was your understanding of the Cayenne Road fire and the extent to which it was under control?
We didn't really have much involvement in it as such. We were aware that it was burning at the time and being managed by Rural Fire Service. There was a emergency control centre from the police side of things that were giving updates to us if they were relevant at the time.
Is it fair to say that it wasn't a serious concern to you as an officer rostered on duty in Maxfield that morning?
No, it wasn't.
And how did you come to be appointed the officer in charge of this investigation?
I was the officer at the scene on Saturday morning when Christopher was located deceased.
In your statement at paragraph 5, you say you were rostered on that day and shift started at 8 a.m. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So is it the case there was an emergency call that morning that took you to the scene?
Yes.
Can you tell the court, when you drove out there on that morning, what was the state of the area in terms of the effects of the fire, including on that bridge, Murray's Bridge?
Okay, so a lot of bushland was completely burnt out. There was still a lot of smoke in the area, spot fires, fallen trees. When we got to Murray's Bridge, the bridge was completely, it's a wooden bridge, it was completely burnt out except for the pylons supporting beams that were coming from the ground, and they were on fire.
So they were still on fire that morning when you attended the scene?
Yep.
At paragraph 9, you say, we travelled to the area where we were stopped by New South Wales Fire Rescue on the eastern side of Murray's Bridge. How did you then approach the scene of the accident?
There was a dirt track to the, would have been the right-hand side of the bridge that had kind of just been temporarily made, that other vehicles that had gone down, and we decided to go and make our way through a dry creek bed to get back onto the road on the other side.
And is it the case that you were able to access the area and locate that single vehicle, which had at that time Chris Sava still inside the vehicle?
That's correct, yes.
And around sometime that morning, did you speak with New South Wales Fire and Rescue Officer Max Duncan, who was the fire captain of Bowraville Fire Station?
I did, yes. He was on scene when we arrived.
And is it the case that he'd known Chris for many years and assisted you in determining the identity of Chris?
That's correct, yes.
Going to show you, please, Senior Constable, 2 photographs taken of the car in situ and following the accident. I'll show you the first one.
Yep.
Is that a photograph taken by investigating police early that morning?
Yes, that would be a crime scene photo taken by the crime scene officer.
Then I'll show you a second photo, please.
Yep.
And what's the perspective that photograph is taken from?
So that is South Arm Road, facing towards Mr. Sava's residence, coming from the direction of the bridge.
So did that indicate to you that the car was driving back towards the residence at the time that it veered off the road?
Yeah, that's correct. There's some tyre marks on the rough of the road on the left-hand side, where you can see where the vehicle's travelled in a straight line and then subsequently gone over the edge of the embankment.
Thank you. Senior Constable, at around 11 o'clock on that day, did you task Detective Senior Constable Welsh with the role of investigating further the cause of the accident?
He was present, yes, and performed his own investigation duties.
And he has provided an assessment of what he considers happened on that day. And if I take you to paragraph 42 of your statement, please.
Yeah.
Now, he's reached a number of conclusions about the cause of the accident, and I just want to go through them with you and ask your opinion as the officer in charge.
Yeah.
Is it the case that, from your investigations, that car was located down the embankment, which was about 5 metres high?
Yeah, that's correct.
And the car was resting on the driver's side with the undercarriage facing the roadway?
That's correct, yes.
And is it the case and you're including from your observations that there was no fire damage to the car, which suggested that the vehicle had rolled after the fire had passed through the area?
Yeah, there was no fire damage to the vehicle.
Now, Senior Constable Welsh concludes, and I'll just read this paragraph, it appears that the vehicle was travelling west at a slow speed prior to leaving the roadway due to the vehicle being located almost directly below the tyre marks on the roadway. It is highly likely that there was a large amount of smoke in the area due to the extensive fires. It appears that the vehicle was travelling west at slow speed and has failed to negotiate the corner continuing over the embankment. Due to the slow speed of the vehicle, weight of the engine at the front of the vehicle, the shape and location of the gouge marks, that is the gouge marks in the ground, the height and slope of the embankment, from these, it appears that the front of the vehicle has dropped over the bank, causing the rear of the vehicle to continue to move to the west, changing directions. Is that a summary that you agree with?
Yes, I do.
Senior Constable Welsh also concludes that it appears that Chris has saved his property and has driven to Murray's Bridge and discovered it destroyed by fire. It is likely that Chris has turned around and travelled back in the direction of his property. It is likely that there was thick smoke in the area from the bushfire, and he has failed to negotiate a right-hand bend in the road and driven straight ahead off the embankment.
That's correct, yes.
Is that a conclusion that you reached?
Yes, it is.
And were there any other reasonable hypotheses in terms of what happened on that day?
Not that we're aware of. That's the most logical one that we've determined.
Just show you two maps of the area. It's the same map, but they're from slightly different perspectives. The first in time. Just zoom in a little, please. Now, was this created by you?
Yes, it was.
And can you just describe what that represents, that map?
Okay, so it's a map of the South Arm area. It's taken from an application called 6 Maps. And the dot point down the bottom is the location of Murray's Bridge. The second dot point further up is the location of the crash site. And the third dot point up the top is the location of Mr. Sava's residence. And the dot point follows the course of the road.
And that's the South Arm Road, that one?
That's correct, yes.
What's the approximate distance between the bridge and the residence?
The tool that was used, so the dotted line shows the distance according to that application, and it says 1.545 kilometres.
And the second map is a closer in version of the first one.
Yep.
Does that represent that hypothesis that you gave evidences to earlier, that is, that Mr. Sava or Chris has driven down towards the bridge, found that it's inaccessible on fire, and then returned to go back up to his property, and it's at that crash site that he's gone down the embankment?
That's our belief, yes.
And the distance between the bridge and the crash site, according to this map, is 477 metres.
Yep.
Just going to show you two other photographs, please, which is page 76 and then 78 and then 79.
Yep.
Can you explain what that image is to the court, please?
That is an image taken by the crime scene officer, which shows the road, South Arm Road, from the direction of the bridge towards Mr. Sava's residence.
And then page 79.
Yeah. So that photograph shows, I don't know whether you can make it out, but where the B symbol is, there are tyre tracks which follow in a straight line up until the point where the C letter is, where it leaves the embankment.
And those markers were placed there on the day as part of that investigation that we have gone through.
That's correct, by the crime scene officer.
And is it clear from that photograph that that embankment is actually very steep and quite pronounced?
It is very steep, yes. It's pretty well straight up and down.
Your Honour, those are my questions for the officer in charge.
Thank you. Senior Constable, you wouldn't mind just waiting and I'll see if Mr Newton of Council has any questions for you. Mr Newton.
Honour, I have no questions.
Senior Constable, thanks very much. You are now excused.
Thank you.
Your Honour, the next witness is Alfred Tessa, and I think that the officer will just go and get him because he's also located at the police station right now. So if we just bear with him, he should appear on that same screen in one moment.
Mr Tessa, are you there yet? Quiet. Mr Tessa, are you there yet? Okay, there you are. Thanks very much, Mr Tessa. Hello. So I'm just wanting to check that you can see and hear us in the courtroom well.
Yes, I can see you, yes.
All right, you're now in the virtual courtroom as a witness. Thank you. And I'll just ask the court officer to speak to you now.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, there I am.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr Tessa. Ms Stevens.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr Tessa, can you see and hear me?
Yes.
Will you give your full name to the court, please?
My full name is Alfred Peter Tessa.
And do you live in South Arm?
Correct, yes.
Do you still live there at the present time?
Yes, I still live there.
Have you made a statement to investigating police in regard to the circumstances of Chris Sava's death in 2019?
I did, yes.
Have you got a copy of that statement in front of you, Mr Tessa?
Yes, I've got the copy here. Yep.
I'm going to ask you some questions about that day, and if we need to, I'll ask you to refer to your statement, but only if we need to, okay?
All right, yes.
Can you tell the court, please, Mr Tessa, how long did you know Chris for?
I think I met him in 1986.
And what were those circumstances?
I was doing some renovations on my house and he came to work on the house.
Did he come to buy his own property in the South Arm area?
Eventually, yes. I think he was living in Missabody. He'd been in the area for quite some time.
And did you consider him not just a neighbour, but also a friend?
Also a friend, yes.
Now, at the time of these bushfires, Mr. Tessa, I'll take you back to the 8th of November 2019.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in the days preceding that day, that is when the fire came through the properties, can you tell the court what was your understanding of the Cayenne Road bushfire and whether or not it had been contained?
Look, I don't really know. There had been a fire. I live in the valley, and then I can see 5 or 6 kilometres to the end of the valley. The fire was outside the valley, and this particular day it was inside the valley, below the Kozakai Road, which rings the valley. And so I knew we were in trouble because the fire was actually in the valley. It had been outside the valley for 3 weeks or more.
So on that morning of the 8th of November, when you woke up, what was your assessment of the fire situation? So in the morning I'm talking about.
In the morning, I thought we're in trouble because I'd walk along the ridge so I could have a clear view at the end of the valley. And this particular day, I noticed that the smoke and fire was inside the valley rather than outside the valley and the smoke coming in. So it all depended on the weather conditions.
And had you on that day made preparations to your house and for yourself in regard to the fire progressing towards your property?
Yes, we'd done a lot of clearing of debris and whatever and trimmed the shrubbery. I had a pump and some hoses ready to fight the fire should it come anywhere near my property at the house. The fire had been there for a long time, but this particular day the wind was very strong wind coming from the west.
Now, in your statement at paragraph 5, I'll just read it out to you. You say, on the day I was at home with my wife, about 2:20 p.m, I saw a bushfire about 50 metres from my house.
Correct.
So can you tell the court how quickly did it descend through the valley and towards you?
So the valley where Chris lived, and there's another valley to the left called Jasper's Creek. Now, there was a fire storm coming out of Jasper's Creek because that was more west of us. And so the fire landed, some of the fire landed just 50 metres from my house along the road. So that was all on fire. The rest of South Arm Valley, that fire was not at my house yet. So it came from the Jasper's Creek. And then half an hour later, this was about 2:20, about 3 o'clock, the fire also came from South Arm, the main fire.
Did you have any warning that was going to happen that afternoon?
No, we'd been expecting a fire because I said there was fire around the valley for a long time, several weeks, maybe a month. And we're just waiting for the right conditions of the heat and wind, and we knew we'd be in trouble with that fire. It was like a seed waiting to explode. We didn't know it was going to be a windy day like that, but that's what happened.
On that day, did you receive any communications from the RFS in terms of the progression of the fire?
No, not that I'm aware of.
On that afternoon, did you see any helicopters in your immediate area?
Yes. When my pump broke down, that's when Mr. Sava came up and I said, mate, I've got to deal with this pump. I couldn't get my pump going, so I left that, rang another friend to come out with another pump, which he did. In the meantime, I was standing 20 metres behind my house, behind a pigeon house, towards South Arm with a garden hose, trying to keep the flames back, and I was sheltering behind the pigeon house. Chris and I were pigeon fanciers, by the way. And so at that stage, all of a sudden I was wet and I had no idea. I couldn't hear because the fire was so loud, but a helicopter had dumped a whole lot of water just on the road verge, on the bank right behind my house. So that was the first I heard of a helicopter.
And around about what time was that?
Oh, I'd put that around 2:30, 2:45.
So returning to your statement, you say about 2:20, I saw a bushfire about 50 metres from my house.
Yes,
You say, I put my fire plan into action. My wife was in the process of leaving, and as this was happening, Chris and Mandy came up our driveway.
yes,
Mandy said, you've got to get out, there's a fire.
yes,
And Chris said to Mandy, you leave with Maria and I'll stay here and fight the fire.
yes.
Is Maria your wife?
Yes, my de facto partner. Yes.
So what happened? Is it the case that you stayed to fight the fire and Chris stayed to fight the fire and Mandy and Maria left together?
That's right. That's right. My wife was just leaving, and so Chris decided rather than him taking Mandy out, Mandy would go with Maria out, and Chris would see if he could be of some assistance. He couldn't help me because I was trying to get a pump going, and so he decided to go back to his house to see what he could do. He also had a pump and a fire hose, and he managed to defend his house that afternoon with another neighbour called John.
And what's, sorry, you go.
John Pettit, a neighbour on the property, a co-owner, helped Chris Sava defend his own home. Yes.
And what's the distance between your property and Chris's property?
Oh, I'd say about 5 kilometres, something like that.
So after the two women left and Chris returned to his property, did you focus all your energies on trying to save your property?
Yes, we were in the thrall of a bushfire. My friend David Martin came, we set up his pump, and we just dragged fire hoses backwards and forwards to the front of the house, the back of the house, the side of the house. And we spent many hours till about, 4:30 in the thick of it, till that pump gave out too. Yeah.
And did you see or hear from Chris at any time later that afternoon?
No, he didn't come out. But I had spoken to John, and he and John were defending his house. Yeah.
And can you tell the court anything about the state of Murray's Bridge that afternoon?
At sunset, I took my motorcycle for a ride to see what I could see down the road. I noticed Murray's Bridge. There was fire coming up from the front side of it and the back side. And I estimated, being a strong wooden bridge, when I rode across on my motorcycle and came back, I thought that was, 6 o'clock or something, that bridge would have been passable up to about 10 or 11 o'clock, roughly. And after that, it would be too much fire, he couldn't get across. Now, John Pettit had said Chris went home to have a sleep after putting out the fire. And I estimate he woke up sometime in the evening and then tried to drive out. And he got to the bridge and it was burnt. So I estimate after about 10 o'clock, he tried to get across and couldn't. And there was a lot of smoke.
That's your assessment according to your observations of the bridge, is that right?
Correct.
So did you stay at your house on that night?
I did. And the whole valley was just like a fairyland of fires everywhere. And at about 1:30, the wind changed from the east and the fire again was coming toward the house from a different direction. But I had no water and no pump at that stage. And luckily the fire was far enough away.
Now, in your statement, you say that the next morning, that is Saturday the 9th, at about 9 o'clock, Marie and Mandy came back to my house. So is it the case that they spent the night out of the valley elsewhere?
Yes, they stayed at my son's house in Missabody, another valley.
And is it the case that Mandy was very concerned about Chris because she couldn't contact him on the phone?
Correct.
Did she say to you something like, I'm going to walk down and try and see where Chris is?
Yes.
And is it the case that you or she and the rest of you couldn't get back to the house because the bridge by then was inaccessible?
Well, that's right. And she only had sandals on and just a summer dress, I think. And I said, I can't let you go there by yourself. I'll walk with you, knowing full well if Chris hadn't turned up, there was something strange. Because if he couldn't drive across, he would have walked across. Yeah.
So
we
is it
actually-
the case? Sorry, you go.
We didn't actually walk along the road. We walked to the left of the road through some paddocks, just on a bush track. And that's how we missed the Steve Grant, who was along there, and a few other workers were there. And we walked on the other side of the road and we spied the car through the scrub.
And is it the case that both you and Mandy then approached the car and very unfortunately were able to identify that Chris was in the car and deceased?
Correct. Yes, she screamed and ran across the paddock through all the scrub and went to the car, and I followed closely behind. She was standing at the car screaming. I went up to the car, had a quick look inside, grabbed her and went away from it. And he was under the back seat of the front passenger seat. He was sort of tucked under there. His legs were coming out and the car was on its side.
And Mr. Tessa, were there also some council workers there at that time? And is it your understanding?
No, there was no one there at that time. But after I settled Mandy down, we clambered up the bank to the road. It's not far, 5 or 6 metres. And then Steve Grant came along, who was clearing the road. And he said, "What are you doing here? I can't leave you here." I said, "We just walked in." So he discovered the body and he made a report, and he was clearing the road with his offsider and then offered us a ride out. Said, "Look, we'll just walk." Well, we had to leave. He said, "I can't let you be here." I said, "Okay." So we walked slowly home.
So it was your understanding when you walked home that a report had been made to the authorities and that there
Yes.
were the emergency services were going to be in attendance
On the
shortly?
way. They were on the way. And we actually met them coming on the road when we were walking back.
Thank you, Mr. Tessa, for explaining the events of that very difficult day. Your Honour, those are my questions.
If you
All
wouldn't
right,
mind
thank
just
you very
waiting
much.
a moment, if you wouldn't mind waiting a moment, Mr. Tessa, I'm just going to see
Yes.
if Mr. Newton
Certainly.
of Council has any questions. Mr. Newton.
Your Honour, I have no questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tessa, for telling
right.
us what happened on that day. You're now excused. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to help.
Thank
you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honour. There is one further witness, Anton Pfluger. He's not yet available to give evidence. Might we take the lunch adjournment now, and Your Honour could well resume at 10 to 2.
Right, we'll do that. And now resume at 10 to 2. Yes, Ms Stevens.
Thank you, Your Honour. We're resuming the inquest, and the next and final witness is Anton Pfluger. He should be on the screen.
There you are, Mr Pfluger, thank you. Can you see and hear us in the courtroom?
Yes, I can see you.
That's great. You'll just hear from the court officer now.
Okay.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr Pfluger. Yes, Ms Stevens.
Mr Pfluger, can you see and hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you give the court your full name, please?
Anton Pfluger. INPFLUGLER.
Mr Pfluger, do you live in the South Arm area in New South Wales?
Can you repeat that, please?
Do you live in the area of South Arm in New South Wales?
Correct. I live in 1820 South Arm Road, Barraville.
Have you made a statement to police in regard to the circumstances of the death of Chris Sava?
Yes, I have.
Mr Pfluger, I'd like to ask you some questions about what happened on the day that he died. That's the 8th of November 2019.
Correct.
My first question actually is going backwards a bit. When did you first meet him?
I met him in 1987 when he bought a share of the property.
So do you actually own the same parcel of land?
Yes, we own it in tenants in common. Chris Sava owned 1/6 share, and I do own a 6th share of the same property too.
And you still live there as at today?
Yes, I do still live there today. I've never lived anywhere else.
And Mr. Pfluger, you've known Chris for some time. He was your neighbour. Did you also consider him to be your friend?
For the last 5 years, he was a very good friend for me. In the beginning, we didn't get along at all.
I'm going to ask you now about the fires that came through in November of 2019. When you woke up on the 8th of November, can you tell the court what was your understanding about the bushfires in the area?
I was aware that we had bushfires 3 weeks earlier. When the bushfire actually started, we had a strong lightning stroke. This lightning stroke killed my solar system, like my 3 solar panels, my batteries, my solar controller, and my telephone line, and my battery charger. And I replaced that straight away within a week or so. And yeah, well, I was aware for 3 weeks that the fire is burning. Helicopters were flying for about 2 weeks, water bombing the area. So we all were aware that there's some serious stuff going on. And in the end, like a week before the fire, it sort of died down. The helicopters flew less and less and less. And then 2 days before the firestorm, we all were convinced that the fire is under control and it's gone out and it's far away from us. And that's
So-
when
Sorry, I was just going to ask you a question, which was, so on the morning of the 8th of November when you woke up, were you concerned about the fires or not really?
not at all.
Now, turning to that day, in the morning, were you at your property?
I left early in the morning to go to the physio in Mbaka Heads. I was there for my both knee replacements. I have them replaced now, but at the time I was on the waiting list for my both knees to be replaced, and I had a date with the physio to check how I'm going. And on the way out of the physio, I saw smoke where I live, in the distance, and I thought, oh, it's starting up again. And I drove home, but I didn't see any fire. I thought behind my ex-missus there was a little bit of smoke, and I thought, oh, well, they have to. And I tried to ring her, but I couldn't get on to her. And then I went to sleep, and I woke up with helicopter noise and police siren saying evacuate.
About what time do you think you woke up?
About 2 o'clock. I came home about 12 o'clock, and then I maybe had a little bit of lunch, and then I lay down for maybe an hour or so, and that's when I woke up. The fire was around about 2:30, 3 o'clock, and 4 o'clock it was almost dark. It was November, it's very light, early dark, and the fire was basically gone.
So when you woke up from the sound of the helicopter, did you go outside and have a look at what was happening?
Yes, I did.
And tell us the scene that confronted you when you went outside.
Well, when I went outside, I saw the helicopter above me, sprayed a little bit of water on me and said, get out, get out, get down. So I gave him a hand sign to acknowledge it, and I turned around and I saw behind me the mountain all alight, and I knew it's serious. And so I went quickly inside, put my shoes on, grabbed my hard drive off my computer and my camera. I couldn't think of anything else, and raced out, jumped in my car and drove off across my bridge on an attempt to leave. But then when I passed my pump, I said, no. And I put the brakes on, got out of the car, switched on my pump and put out the fire hose reels and started blasting water.
So where were you when you stopped to do that?
I was across maybe 40 meters away from my house, across my little bridge, right next to my car park, and where my pump is, next to my dam. And that's where I parked my car, got out, switched on the pump, unrolled the fire hose reel next to my pump. I have another one on the other side of the bridge next to my house. But first I unrolled the one next to my pump, and I started spraying water around the pump and then around my woodworking shed, my metalworking shed, the car park. I wet everything I could wet. And yeah, then I went across the other side and unrolled the other fire hose reel. And then the fire basically hit from the back behind my house. That's where it came, where I saw it first time when I looked out my house after the helicopter. And from that side, the fire came raced towards my house. And so I gave it hips with the fire hose reel, blasted water.
And what did you do when the fire front hit your property squarely?
Well, I stood my ground and I sprayed water until it turned to the right and went to the right-hand side where my woodworking shed and my car park is. She raced around that way, and so I switched off that house and went back across the bridge, back out to my woodworking shed, and killed the fire there. It was a little, like maybe 300 millimeter thick, 2 meter long red cedar log I had standing upright, and he burned like a candle just on the top. And then the sawdust on the ground too was all smoking and all, you know. So I gave it a good douse, made sure it's all gone out. Housed a little bit on the.
Sorry, I was just going to ask you, did you manage to save some or all of your property?
I saved all of my property except the deck that went out to my dam, my swimming deck, where I go swimming in my dam. That burned away. I couldn't reach it with my fire hose reel. It wasn't long enough. I lost that one. And I lost maybe, I lost one guitar on my shed outside, and I lost an old TV, and I lost a fridge, an old gas fridge, still working, but he burned away. And I lost one mattress up on the loft in my first little house, my first dwelling I built when I bought my place in '86. And it's still standing, and there's a little loft up high, sort of an outside loft, more balcony kind of thing, and I have a bed there where I sometimes sleep when it's really, really hot. And that mattress caught alight and burned a little bit my rafters, but I saved it all. It's no drama.
And can you tell the court how far away from your property was Chris's property?
I would say as a crow fly, 500 meters.
During the time that you were fighting the fires, did you encounter Chris or any other people around your property?
No. When the fire was basically gone, I was in the back because just before I thought the fire is all finished, I heard noise, really loud noise. I thought the machine gun is going off. And I realized that my clumping bamboo, like 4-inch thick bamboo, 20 meters high, was on fire right to the top, and he cracked like a machine gun. And so I raced out the back with the fire hose that is next to my house and blasted into that burning bamboo. And then the bamboo exploded like halfway it just blew and threw in 360 degrees, the stalks in all directions, covered almost the whole of my roof. House and barely missed me about on half an inch or on half a foot, I would say, on my little bridge that is next to my house on the back. Just a tiny little bridge, a walking bridge. I was standing there with the firehouse. And while I was doing that, I heard Chris Savo calling, Tony, where are you? Because I had still my pump going. I didn't hear any car arriving or anything. I just heard him calling, and so I called back to him and told him, yeah, here I am at the back, come here.
And then, Mr. Pfluger, what time do you think that was?
I honestly can't say. In hindsight, I think the whole fire lasted not longer than a half an hour. At the time, right after the fire, I written an email to my ex-missus in Germany, and I told her that I was just fighting for 2 hours the fire, but it's nonsense. I just had I didn't know how long it took.
Was it still daylight, or you're not sure?
It was daylight. It was dark, but not dark, dusk. It was not dark.
From your statement, you say that once you heard Chris's voice yelling out your name, you say, I saw Chris standing where the bridge is at the back of my house with another man, John, who I'd never met before, but I knew him to be a neighbour. Is that right?
Correct.
And did Chris come to your house at that time?
Yes, he was like in this time, like for the 3 years prior to his death, he came 3 times a week to me and visit and talk to me, and we were good mates at the time.
So when he came over to your house after the fire had gone through, what did he say to you?
He said, we all thought you've gone off. We saw flames coming up into the sky. They must have seen the bamboo when he went up. The flames went really, really high. And they must have seen it from 500 meters away from his place, that there's really lots of fire on my side. And so they were concerned, and they came to see me, and they were really surprised that I was in one piece and nothing burned.
And did Chris tell you about the state of his property?
Yes, instantly he told me that John's house burned away, my sister's, Monica McPete's house burned away, the greenhouse, the main house, the original house of the property burned away, Tony Spencer's is gone, only him and me were left. And he said to me, look, we're the only 2 now living on the property. And we shook hands.
And was John there at that time, or had he gone somewhere else?
John was there too. He introduced himself. He said, I'm John. And so on. I said, oh, yeah, good. I heard of you. I haven't met you yet. And he was only a bit in shock, like he didn't speak much, And all of a sudden, Chris said, Tony, can you move your car? John wants to turn his car around on your car park. He needs to go up north to see his son. And that's what I did. And then after John left,
sorry, I'm just taking it step by step. Sorry, Mr. Pfluger. So John left in his car, did he?
Yes.
And did that leave Chris at your house?
That left Chris on my house stranded without a car. And he asked me if I can give him a lift home. And I said, yes, of course I can.
Did he come inside and you gave him a glass of water, or you had a break, or did you go straight into the car?
I can't remember.
In any case, what you're telling the court is you did get in the car, and where did you drive?
We drove over across my bridge. The car was already on the other side of the bridge, across my creek crossing. There's a creek crossing, gravel creek crossing that from my side of the property onto the main road. And when I was just crossing the creek, I said, let's go and have a look at the greenhouse, our main house that's burnt down. And he said, yeah, go, let's go. So we went up there, and it was all burned. Maybe I'm confusing that. I think we went first to Chris Sava's house, and he showed me his house, what he saved. And then we went up the greenhouse, and from there he told me to come to drive him back to his car. He wanted to go out. He had no power and he had no water. And that's
So where was his car?
in the paddock, maybe 50 meters in front of his house, as an open paddock, nicely mowed grass, no high grass, anything. And there were two cars actually parked there. I don't know which the other one was, but one car was parked there and another one somewhere else. And I dropped him off at the car, but he went back into his house to put some clothes on because he was bare-chested.
I understand. At that point, what did he tell you about his plans in terms of where he was going to go next?
He just said, I want to go out and see where Mandy is, he said. And I can't stay here. I haven't got no power and I haven't got no water.
And when he said that, did you have any understanding as to which route he was going to take when he left the property?
I guess that he would have went to Alfred Tessa. Alfred Tessa was a very good friend of him, and I'm sure Mandy was there. That's when she left. She would have gone nowhere else but up to Alfred Tessa. I don't know where Mandy was, but that's the only thing he could. Only had no contact with her. She left before the fire. She was panicking.
So is it the case that he didn't tell you explicitly where he was going to go, other than to say, I'm going to get out?
He just said, I'm going to go out and see Mandy.
And did you then get in your car and leave Chris's property?
That's correct. And I wanted to go back home, but just before I turn off or across my creek crossing, I said, no, Tony, you go and check on your ex-missus if she is all right. So I just drove out, and, well, on Jeff Duggan's property, halfway in the middle there, was a little, only 3 inches diameter, a little tree lying across the road. I couldn't actually drive over it, so I jumped out of the car and moved him with my hands onto the side of the road so I couldn't squeeze past it.
And just pausing there, Mr. Pfluger, is that on South Arm Road?
That is on South Arm Road, correct.
And is that on the way down towards Murray's Bridge?
Yes, it's halfway between Chris Savo's property or turnoff to his house and Murray's Bridge. Halfway is where that tree was falling.
So once you moved the tree, did you continue down South Arm Road and cross Murray's Bridge?
Yes, I did.
And what
Murray's
was
Bridge. Murray's Bridge was on the right-hand side, on the other side of the creek, burning about, 600, 700 millimeter diameter on one, with a bucket of water. If I would have had, I could have saved that bridge. I didn't have no water. And I just carried on and went over to Jasper's Creek crossing, Jasper's Creek Road, which is about a 3-kilometer drive to my ex-missus' house, the house I built with her years ago in 1994 or 5. The house was still standing, nothing burned down on the house, but all the peripheral buildings around the house, all the sheds, all the woodworking, car parks, cars, boats, anything they had, any property they owned was burned away except for the house I built for her.
And at that point, once you'd crossed the bridge and you went to your ex-missus' house, what time do you think that was?
I think probably 4 o'clock, 4:30 maybe. It
Was
was
it
pretty
still
dark on
daylight?
the way back. It was already pretty dusty, like pretty dark. And I remember when I went back home on my place and got out of the car, parked the car, and I could see across the mountain a little bit, like maybe 100-meter fire front going up the hill and then going across the mountain into Bacrapentini, into the next valley, and that was already stars coming as well. It was already dark then. It was November and it's like, I think it's 4 o'clock, 4:30, and it's dark at this time.
So just returning, so we can go through it in sequence. Returning when you went to your ex-missus' place, you checked that. Did you get back in your car and return to your house?
Yes, I had an accident before I arrived at my ex-missus. A little tree fell across my car, smashed my windscreen and dented my fender or my bumper bar. And then trying to go up the hill, there was a huge tree across the road and I had to abandon my car and walk with my bad knees up the hill to see if my ex-missus is all right. And they were all right, and they invited me for a beer, and I said, no, thanks, I don't drink anymore, and I have to go anyway. The bridge is on fire, I want to go back home, I don't want to be stranded. And I said, yeah, okay, bye, thanks for coming, They were really happy that I considered them. And then I drove back home.
Yep, and just pausing there, what was the state of the bridge when you came back?
Not all that much worse than on my crossing. The bridge was fine. I drove across and back home, and then on the same spot where I moved that little tree, this time was a flooded gum, about 200 millimeter, 250, maybe 220 millimeter diameter, lying across the road, and I could not move that. I was coming in, I'm driving on the right-hand side. I parked the car on the left-hand side of the road. I got out, opened for my SVU, my toolboxes, got my chain out, connected it to the front bumper bar and to the tree and reversed back so that the tree was moving to the right-hand side of the road until it gave me a gap big enough for me to pass. And I undid the chain again, put it back into my SVU, into my toolboxes, closed my toolboxes, and carried on back home. And then just before my turnoff, I went back to Chris Sauer's property because I didn't see him, and I thought I'd tell him that Joe and Hauke is fine. He knew them very well too, and he was friends with them, and I couldn't see him anymore. He wasn't there.
So did you drive up into his property, did you?
Yes.
And was his
The car was
there?
gone. The car was gone. The car was gone, and I actually stopped and called for him, but there was no answer. He wasn't there.
And Mr. Pfluger, just returning to your evidence a moment ago, you said that bigger tree branch had fallen on the road around about the same place as the smaller branch. You remember that evidence?
Yes.
You
It was a
became
branch, it was a whole
aware.
tree.
A whole tree, I'm sorry, a whole tree. You became aware, didn't you, of the point in which Chris's car left the road in the embankment for his accident?
No, I didn't come across there. I only found out.
No, my question, just let me, sorry, it wasn't a good question. Later, as in the following day or the days later, you became aware of where
Correct.
his car left the road. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And with that information, how far away from the tree across the road was the place where Chris's car went down the embankment?
3 meters down the embankment, right on the same spot where the tree was. She was just down on the bank. I don't know why I didn't see him. If he had already rolled that car on my way back, I only can hope that I couldn't see him because of my toolboxes, big toolboxes that covered a whole tray of my four-wheel drive Nissan Navara, just a single cabin and a long tray with a full toolbox on the back. And I didn't see him. He must have been already down there on the ground, rolled.
You certainly didn't see Chris's car at any point on South Arm Road.
No,
Did you
No.
see any other cars at the time you
No.
were driving back?
no, there was no movement whatsoever. The only thing I have been told by a neighbor of
No,
mine.
Mr. Pfluger, I'll just stop you there. Thank you. I'm not interested in what you were told. It's more just what you observed, okay?
Okay, yeah, all right.
But thank you. So you returned back to your property, is that right?
Correct?
And did you stay there that night or did you go
Yes.
somewhere else?
No, I never went anywhere else. I stayed all night on my house there. I got up every 10 minutes and walked back out and killed some spot fires with the firehouse. And I went back in for a nap for 10 minutes, gone back out. I couldn't sleep all night. And in the morning I had bright, like eyes that, like I felt like I had a handful of sand in my eyes. Must have been burned by heavy smoke or heat. I don't know how I got it. I never noticed on that day, but a day later on Saturday morning, I felt like this. I had bright eyes and was hurting like hell.
Now, Mr. Pfluger, throughout the story that you've told the court today, you made reference to a greenhouse, and is that on your and
That used to,
Chris's property?
yes, that is the original mine house that was on the property when the multiple occupants community bought that land. And that
And
was
Sorry, you go.
and it was that house that everybody used to stay temporarily until they built their own dwellings.
And on that afternoon when you were with Chris, did you have a conversation with him about your painting?
Not but about the painting. I just told him, Chris, can I paint you? And he said, yeah. And I grabbed my camera, which still was in the car. I took a couple of shots of him, and I didn't think of it. I said, oh, you know, when it's ready, I give it to you. You know.
And is painting portraits one of your hobbies, Mr. Pfluger?
Yes, correct. Painting is since I'm retired for 5 years now, and I don't work anymore. So you know, I'm a bachelor in fine arts, but I've never really used it as a means to make my living. I worked as a mechanical engineer all my life at Sable's Construction in Maxwell, and painting is sort of just a hobby of myself. And nowadays I painted like all my old workmates in the Boilermaker shop where I used to work in there, and interesting people around the valley that I think that deserve to get a painting from me, and I give it to them.
You took a photograph of Chris on that late afternoon, is that right?
Yes,
And is it the case, and you tell me if I'm wrong, Mr. Pfluger, after this tragedy happened, you created an image that was a photographic image where you had Chris's photograph and it was superimposed over a fire ground, is that right?
correct.
And then
That's how I build my drawings. I don't draw the drawing. I make a digital drawing and then use the digital drawing as a base for a painting.
we might just show that photograph, please. Is that the image, Mr. Pfluger?
I think that is the digital photograph. That's not the what you're showing me here is not the painting. This is my drawing that I used to make the painting.
That photograph was the one you took on that afternoon, is that right?
Yes, that is the photograph I took on the afternoon.
And at some point after this all happened, you're saying you actually made a painting from that photograph, is that right? And we have, Mr. Pfluger, I understand, an image of that painting, and I'll just show it now, and you tell me if that's right.
Yes, that's the one. It's not really nice photographed, and the print that was used to take that photograph is not really good. But this is the painting, and the original is hanging in the Nambucca Shire Council.
So did you gift that painting to the Nambucca Shire Council?
I did. I didn't know who else to give it to. I had no address from his parents. I would have given it to his parents, but I didn't have any address or anything. And so I just gave it to the Shire and said that everybody who knows him can come and have a look.
And is it your understanding that it's hanging in the Nambucca Shire Council rooms today?
I guess so. I know it's in there. I don't know if they actually display it. They only told me once that they have it on the art exhibition they had, where they invited all bushfire affected people to paint paintings about the bushfire. And in that art exhibition, that painting was exhibited. I don't know if they actually hang it in public space in the council chambers. I have no idea. I haven't seen it, but I haven't been in there for a year and a half or so.
And is in your statement and in conversations with those assisting Her Honour, is it right that you've told us you painted that picture because he was your friend and you considered him to be a hero?
No. I painted him because he was a friend, not because of a hero. The hero is only after he died. He became a hero. It's only the dead ones that are heroes.
Thank you, Mr. Pfluger, for your evidence.
You're very welcome.
You just wait one moment, please, Mr. Pfluger. I'm just going to see if there's any other questions. Mr. Newton.
I have no questions, Your Honour.
Mr. Pfluger, thank you. That's the end of your evidence. You're now free to go. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Have a nice day.
Thank you, you too.
Your Honour, that concludes the evidence, and I'd like to address you in regard to some closing remarks and proposed findings, and then turn to the two family statements. Your Honour now has the benefit of the documentary material contained in Exhibit 38. Your Honour has also heard today from the officer in charge, Senior Constable Justin Simpson, as well as Chris's friends and neighbours, Anton Pfluger and Alfred Tessa. Your Honour has had the benefit, or will soon have the benefit, of hearing the family statements. At a later stage in Your Honour's inquiry into the 2019-2020 bushfire season, those assisting Your Honour will formally address you on the manner and cause of Chris's death. In that regard, I can foreshadow that a formal submission is likely to be made that Christopher Sava died in the late afternoon or early evening of 8 November 2019, sometime after 5 p.m, from injuries sustained when his car rolled down an embankment in the vicinity of 1678 South Arm Road, shortly after the Cayenne Road fire had impacted the area.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens.
Your Honour, as I foreshadowed, the first statement I would like to read on the behalf of Chris's children has been put together by Amanda Griggs. We have a number of photographs, Your Honour, and I will read the statement now, and Your Honour and those watching should see the photographs come up on the screen. My dad, Chris Sava, was born on 17 November 1955. He grew up in Randwick, the only son of Nikos, who died in 2021, and Zena Sava, and younger brother to Kyria, who Chris absolutely adored and looked up to. He loved his older sister very much. This, Your Honour, is Chris with his parents, and he used to see them at Christmas on special occasions. This is Chris with his older sister. My dad was a very proud Greek man. When he finished school, he did a boilermaker apprenticeship at Garden Island in Sydney. He met and fell in love with my mother, Karen Griggs, in 1976, and they had my brother, Nicholas, in 1980, myself in 1982, and my sister, Bianca, in 1983. This is a photograph of Chris with Bianca on their wedding day. And this is a photograph, Your Honour, of Chris with Karen at Bianca's wedding, which was in Coffs Harbour. Amanda says that he was so proud to walk his daughter down the aisle. He was a loving father and so happy with his family, but unfortunately their relationship ended in 1986. However, my mum and dad remained very good friends, best friends, and my dad was regarded as a stepfather to my mum Karen's other 3 children, Scott, Alicia and Joshua. He was a grandfather to Jacob, Braden, Riley, Cooper and Lily. He never met Lily as she was born in January 2021. He was also a grandfather to his stepchildren's kids, Lucas, Jordan, Tamika, Harper and Roman. This, Your Honour, is Chris playing with Riley. Amanda says her dad was always playing with the grandchildren whenever he could. This is Chris with another granddaughter, Tamika. He used to call her Tula, and she has Tula written on the back of her Year 12 school jacket. They shared a very special bond, and Tamika misses him greatly. This, Your Honour, is Chris with his granddaughter Harper, who he used to call his fairy princess, and she still gets upset when she hears a sad song and she says it's Poppy's song. This is Chris with Bianca's son Cooper. In 1986, he moved from the Central Coast to South Arm by himself and bought a property, the property he lived at until his death. He was so proud of his South Arm property, it was purchased to be a family home. Over the years, Nicholas and Bianca both lived with Dad and went to the local public school, Bowerville Public. Nicholas moved to another property only about 150 metres away from Dad's house in 2008 with her partner and his 2 children, and had his 3rd child while living there. They then moved to the Central Coast in 2013. Scott also lived with my dad on numerous occasions, and some of my dad's grandchildren, such as Lucas and Jordan, also lived with Dad over periods over the years. My dad lived for the school holidays when his grandchildren would come and visit. It was the highlight of his life having the grandchildren there. The grandkids and us kids, when we were younger, loved going to Dad's place. We would ride motorbikes, drive cars in the paddock and swim in the creek. I learned to drive in one of the paddocks of my dad's house, and then when I turned 16 and got my driver's licence, my dad taught me to drive on the road. Your Honour, this photo, we might just enlarge it if we can, is a photo of Chris and his dog Zach at the creek on their property. Amanda says they went everywhere together. This next photograph is Chris with his grandchildren at the property. You might enlarge that again, please. Your Honour will see from the back to the front, we have Jordan, Jacob, Braden and Riley. Amanda continues, most holidays, for as long as I could remember, my mum was at my dad's property and with either us kids or later on with the grandchildren. My dad would regularly come down to the Central Coast and stay at my mum's house. He would come down for birthdays, Christmas and any other special occasion. Even though he lived 400 kilometres away, he was still very much involved in all of our lives. My mum and dad had a special relationship. They used to talk daily and he would ring her sometimes more than 20 times a day which drove her mad at times, but it's something that she really misses now. Amanda concludes when she says, "My dad is very much missed by his 3 children, me, Nicholas and Bianca, and Daniel, Bianca's husband. His 3 stepchildren, Alicia, Scott and Josh, and all the grandchildren, Jacob, Braden, Riley, Cooper and Lily, Lucas, Jordan, Tamika, Harper and Roman. He was so special to all of us. He was so caring and showed unconditional love to his family. He was very much a family man."
Thank you, Ms. Stevens, and thank you, Amanda, for those beautiful words about your father. He sounds like he really was such a beautiful man, and I'm so sorry that you've lost him. I know that you must miss him very much, all of the whole family, children, stepchildren, grandchildren, extended family and friends. He must be very much missed by you all.
Thank you, Your Honour. The final statement has been prepared by Mandy Brady. She says to the court as follows. "Chris was the love of my life. He meant the world to me. From the day we met, we were inseparable. He was a wonderful partner, stepfather and friend to all who knew him. Chris was very well loved in all of the community of South Arm and Bowraville. Known for his happy disposition, caring nature and kindness to others. I treasure the memories and all the years we had together before the terrible firestorm came and claimed his life. Words fail to describe the pain and trauma of losing him in such terrible circumstances as on the day of the fire. He loved life on the farm. We miss him dearly. Life will never be the same without him."
And also I'd like to thank Mandy for those beautiful words about Chris, and you must miss him terribly.
Thank you, Your Honour. That concludes this hearing into the inquest of the death of Chris Sava. I would invite Your Honour to adjourn these proceedings till tomorrow, when we will commence into the inquiry into the Mount Mackenzie Road fire.
I'll do that. We'll adjourn now, and we're going to commence at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Unless there's anything else, we'll do that now.
Nothing further, Your Honour.
Thank you.